But I had to sneeze and then it died in my nose. That was not fun. Ow. My nose. Thank God. It was like right there too. It was right there in my nose. And then it just went clank. Nope. We're just not gonna do that. What? Future editor Rune, remember to reverse that. And bass boost the nose blowing, because that'd be funny. Oof. Alright, where's... ED. Glove. Keyboard. Mic. Say hello to the mic. Mouse. Tablet. Pen. I already said pen. Are we staying with this? Oh, might as well. Wait, what? I used the G pen. Yeah. So, hi, hello, everyone. We are gonna be working on this thing. A new PNG tuber. So this is gonna be a wild... Well, I don't want to preemptively jinx me, but this is gonna be one of those streams where it's like, do I even post the VOD? If you know, you know. Especially since it's a Friday. Which, I mean... I know the phrase is usually, oh, thank God it's Friday, but for me it's like, oh, God. I can't explain why Fridays and I don't get along. But it might be because the weekend, for me, usually means house chores. And I'm just, ugh. You know, the weekend wouldn't suck if I just did the house chores ahead of time, but, do I? No. I'm actually, for once, going to take my time with this. Because I want it to look good. And I also don't have a whole lot of work to do, so... Maybe if I just take it slow, it won't be so boring. Watch. I'll take it slow for like an hour and then realize I haven't gotten anything done, and then I'll just speed run the rest of it and it'll look progressively more stuffed. I've done that before. It is not fun to be an artist and impatient. I know the hands are probably going to be cut off, but if I just blob them so that when the thing inevitably... Because I'd like to have a little bounce for when I talk, so the sprite automatically bounces up a little. So if I have some extra bleed over, it won't like... I won't just be a floating torso. Or in this case, a half body. Think. This pose feels kind of boring, because I'm trying to keep in mind that this is going to be the pose that's going to be the most, seen the most for the PNG, because this is going to be my idol form. I have my idol form. Draw straight. No. There we go. Yeah, if I turn that off for a second, maybe I can see what I'm doing. I'll just do that because I can't be bothered to do realistic sleeves on a chick with horns. Cannot be bothered. Good enough. And then we close that off. You know, one good thing about this new PNG tuber, I don't have to worry about doing the blinking, which is going to be awesome. Now, I tilt the head back for the talking bit, as you can see here, but I don't know, I'm not sure. And I'm not just gonna do a mouth because that's kind of boring. Honestly, if I was using a different program that I knew and if I knew how to use that program, I'd have the hair flick. You know, every time the mouth moves, the hair would flick. But I, A, don't have that program, and B, when I did have that program, I could not wrap my dumb head around how that stupid thing was supposed to work. So many layers, and I just couldn't figure it out, man. Mic is on, right? Yeah. So as you can probably see, it's not just going to be a new PNG tuber, it's going to be a new setup for the fall season. What? Why are you in here? Do you need to go potty? What is it? You can walk yourself to your bedroom. Go. Go. Sorry. My mom's dog walked in, and that... She's just a little... yeah. You know what I'm gonna tilt her head down. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. This, and the horns. I'm gonna have to... Oh, God. Okay, oh, God. Yeah. It's not very much of a jingle, is it? Ah, no. Okay, now we add my typical teeth. I don't know where I got this teeth style, but I do know I picked it up when I was first redesigning Gatesville. And I made it for my ghouls, and it just kind of stuck with me. Because, you know, I really, really like drawing teeth. So I don't know, I just thought it looked cool, and I did it. Could also move her arm. Yeah, I can do that just to add more visual interest. I need to zoom out. There we go. Is that too subtle? That, might be too subtle. See, this is what happens when we join a stream with, like, no plan. It's stuffed off the bat. Hi, Dardoris. On the bright side, at least her hair looks good. Now we start over from scratch. I know about League of Legends. I know that it started as a game. It's an online game. I know that the show Arcane is loosely based on the lore, but has nothing to do with each other, actually. And I do know that people that play League kind of hate themselves, let's be honest, low-key. If we're gonna be 100% honest, people who play League of Legends kind of hate themselves. Alright. For the sake of consistency, we're just gonna copy-paste her head. Well, this is your wake-up call, then. Okay, yeah, her mouth shape is gonna change because I'm talking in between drinks. Yeah, that looks good. It's really hard. Yeah, aren't the characters, like, uber detailed? To the point of insanity? I know that's the case with, like, Genshin. God bless anyone who draws Genshin Impact fan art, because holy crap. Those people hate themselves. The amount of details, I can't even come to fathom. How bloody difficult it is. No, I am not British, it's just I didn't realize how much I swore. I had just gotten so used to cussing over the past few months. And figured, you know what, I should probably pull back a little bit on the swears. Especially since all my YouTube videos kept getting restricted. So there's that. That arm looks terrible. What are we doing here? Oh, that's why. The elbow is too low. There we go. That should be better. Stupidly random. Oh my goodness. That's the kind of the funny thing about fan art. As long as it vaguely looks like the character, I think it counts. That's probably why I don't draw a lot of fan art. I am not only a stickler for authenticity and the details, I am also a minimalist when it comes to designing characters, so it's just, ugh. It's probably why most of my fan art is just Warrior Cats and My Little Pony. To an extent, Steven Universe, but I haven't really drawn a whole lot of Steven Universe fan art. Fan characters? All the time. Fan art? Not really. It's because their proportions and their anatomy is just not what I'm used to drawing. But then I see other people drawing fan art of them using regular anatomy, and it's like, oh yeah, that's really cute fan art. But whenever I try to draw that, it's like, is that even this character? But that's just me being, you know, a stickler. I shouldn't be drawing that neckline because that's not what I have here. It's just a little scoop. Not the sweet, it's not a sweetheart. What's the sweetheart neckline is that, right? So, like, my current Sona has this. Is this actually the sweetheart? Because I thought this was, you know, where it's like just off the shoulder. And then you like see all the... Good God, what is it? We are just going to ignore how bad these fingers look. Decompressing. Alright, go eat. Enjoy your food. Oh, good heavens. Alright, there we go. You know what's funny about having a PNG that for drinking can switch between just drinking and talking? You can technically stay on this frame for a good while and it not really take away from the experience. And I'm so glad I added that because there were, like, on my old streams, my drinking was just the drinking with no talking available. And there are some where I'd accidentally leave it on because I didn't have a second monitor, so I couldn't see what my tuber was doing. Oh, there's a joke there. And people are like, oh, bid sip, bid sip, bid sip. And I'm just, God, all right. Thank you for telling me. Here's the thing, that every time I try to draw a mug. It ends up looking like a stein. Not a stein, you know, like a mini barrel. I'm just, oh. Why can't I draw mugs? The amount of mugs I've drawn my Sona holding for these PNGs is actually really funny because I actually own more mugs than that. Like, the mug I currently hold in this one is a real one I have. The one, like, the first mug I drew was an actual mug I had. It was a huge, it was a black rifle mug. It's just a big grenade. My mom got it for me. She thought it was funny. Now, unfortunately, I do not have the mug that was for my Solar Punk Sona that said non-alcoholic beverage on the side, but I do have one that is a similar color scheme to that one. But yeah, all the mugs I've drawn my Sona holding are mugs I have. Well, okay. 90% of the mugs I've drawn my Sona holding are mugs I have. That looks terrible. Oh, horse's ass. There it is. There's the sneeze that's been holding on since the beginning of stream. These are the sketches. I can't be doing the official line art yet because they're still shrunk. Ugh. Oh well. There. That looks a little better. This... What are we doing? What are we doing here? What is this? What is the sketch even? Alright, I know, like, foreshortening, because we got arm here, hand, holding, handle, even though I never do that. I actually don't hold the mug by the handle. I always hold it by the actual mug, looping my fingers through the handle, which I think is the superior way to hold a mug, because that guarantees it's not going to fall on you. If I do have a mug on hand that I can reference the way my fingers are, but... What a surprise! Another revamp. Yep. This is just gonna be a thing that happens like every 2 months. It used to be 2 years. Now it's 2 months. Hey, but... and I say this every time. Hopefully this one lasts, because this one can be adjusted per season, and there's no set, fashion for my Sona. Hang on, let me pull up the full ref so we can look at her. Here we go. And the horns changed colors. Now, I had originally conceptualized that the horns changed colors based on her mood, which would be a cool way to, like, show her emotions, but the way I assign certain emotions with certain colors doesn't quite match up with what other people think those colors are, which actually would be really funny because it shows how even though she has mood ring horns, there's still room for miscommunication, because look at the smirk and the blue. Usually people associate blue with sadness, but this one is like blue as in like cool. Cool as ice. I'm chillin'. But then again, having color changing horns is gonna be slightly difficult on a PNG, because then I'd have to like redo the PNG colors, but I think each frame can be a different color. Like, this one's definitely gonna be the angry color. The coffee one's definitely gonna be my, like, relaxed color, because I'm drinking caffeine. Glorious caffeine. These hands are whack, but hopefully it translates well. It was funny, Waffles. Phoenix, stopped by that near the end of the last stream, and it was really funny. He was saying how it'd be, because I redesigned my Sona so much, it'd be funny to have, like, all the photos, like, flip book merging into one another, like, which I thought was like, that would be so cool, but also kind of terrifying. Because I was imagining, I know he said, like, snapshots, but I was imagining something like stop motion claymation, where they were all, like, morphing into each other, kind of like Kubrick's The Thing. I was like, ooh, no, but also, yeah. And then, see, here's the thing. I love drawing eyes. I love coloring eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. So I think it's funny that my Sona is hiding her eyes. I hate drawing hands. If I could somehow get rid of hands, like, just give her claws or something, I don't know. How do you... What mug... Okay, what mug am I imitating so I can imitate the handle? What mug of mine am I imitating? I took my Allertech this morning, right? Oh my god. Dixie! Stop! Dixie! It's just birds and wind and your brain echoing. It looks like a different... Trying to see eyes are different, yay. Yeah. Now, her barking all the damn time is annoying, but it's also really good because it lets us know when someone actually is here, because she still barks for that too. It's like, oh, okay, good. Good. Now an axe murderer won't be able to sneak up on us. Just forgot how to... Oh my, I hate that. Took a 2-week break and just completely forgot how to draw him. Yep, that's how I feel whenever I take a hiatus for my comic. And coming back to it, I'm like, okay, how did I draw these guys? And I have to look back on the previous pages and all the references and be like, oh, okay, hopefully. So there are some pages where it looks like, god damn. I give up. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't even. Ah! Why? Why? What is this? What is this little chicken leg? What are these? Oh god. Alright, let's fix that again. No. Hi, welcome back, Dardoris. Oh goodness. Hope you had good food. I'm struggling. What is this? No. No, that's the wrong tool. What are we doing here, folks? What is it that we do here? Hang on, let me just... Okay, thumb, spread through the holes, fingers. My fingers do this number. How do you draw that? It just doesn't, how do you draw something that looks straight on a curved surface? Upset Skexy noises. Ah, that was a really good mug too. Okay, I'm just gonna move this mug because I might just change the positioning. We'll just, excuse me, sit that over there. Okay, ribcage is here. So that means elbow ends here. Foreshortening. But then again, I don't hold mugs that way. How do I hold hang on. Where's my mug? Where's one of my many mugs? Alright, here we go. If it's a big enough mug, you can't even see my fingers, but then it would just be a floating mug. How's the sketch holding it? You know, I could just have it through the handle, because sometimes I do just hold the handle of the mug when drinking, but that's only if the mug has a hefty handle. Because I'm terrified that it's gonna break off. But usually when I hold mugs, I just loop my fingers through the handle and grasp the cup. I don't know, how do you guys hold mugs? Also, stack your mugs face down. You don't want any dust, or a spider, or a witch in your mugs. The fact that you have an emoji for that. Okay, you hold it the classy way. I hold it like it's gonna run away from me. Don't want my hand. Well, see, now I gotta... This might sound sus. I have a sensitive mouth, so my tea is always, I don't drink it hot. Now, I do drink it warm, But when it's hot, then I hold it by, like, the rim. But again, I hook at least one of my fingers through the handle. Like... Like, here's my thumb, here's another finger, and here's, like, the rest of my hand. Because here's the handle. If it's really hot. That makes no sense. But hopefully you get the idea. I have tried doing the Levi Arkerman, where, you see, here's the mug, and he's just like this while drinking through it. I've tried that, because sometimes my dad will drink like that, but it's just, my hands are so small, I don't want to risk it slipping. And we have finished this coffee. It's empty now. We're gonna chillax before I open up the sugar-free monster. Because if I tried to draw her the way I normally hold mugs, yeah, good look. Something like that. Which doesn't look... Oh my kitty, that looks terrible. Yeah, really, I do grasp mugs like they're about to run away from me. We need to reinvent the mug. The handle can break off if you touch it. It's hot. Yes! Yes! Exactly! Also, the mug needs to be at least slightly consistent in size. Which this is not. That is an excellent rectangle. You know, if we just don't look at it for too long, it doesn't look half bad. What I'm gonna do? Okay, I'm going to fix this. And then just copy paste the mug in between the sprites. There we go. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna move this one back. There we go. That way the handle at least hides some of this bad anatomy that we got going on here. Used to draw mugs a lot. It was a comforting thing. I was learning perspective. Nice. Got it. No, that implies the fingers going the other way. This looks so bad! What's going... What are we doing? What am I doing with my life? Just a bunch of baby carrots. We are going to come back to this later, before I completely crash out. Okay, we're just gonna save, and move on. We're gonna move on. Yeah, you don't need to remind me. Alright, now for this one, this is the yop. When someone else is talking at me. For some reason, my hands don't look bad from very specific angles, but any other time I'm like barely, like you can barely see the hand, then it's just like, oh, that's not too good, is it? That's because I also draw little whatever the hell these things are. Like, no, like, the main reason why I haven't started working on my main graphic novel, the one my original story, the one I officially want published, is because I got the illustration down, I got the character design down, I'm working on layout, and all that. It's just the hands look ridiculous. Here's the thing, because I've got, the way the Dreamwalker style is, everyone, like, their eyes are super detailed, they look like actual humans, the anatomy is not cartoonish at all, but then that gets to the hands. And then the hands are just this. So I haven't worked on that graphic novel. Now there is a very simple solution to the problem that I have. Just practice how to draw hands. I've tried. It's not that simple. You know, also, it's kind of sad. The way I wanted Rune to look and move would be more indicative of a VTuber, but I looked up a bunch of VTuber software, and the one that I honestly would want to use, it was like Vroid or something like that, because it's free, it's open source, it's, you know, apparently it's very simple to learn, and I wasn't about to, like, mess around with it, but, it requires a Core i5 processor for a computer. My computer is a Core i3. So, Now, in theory, I could technically still try, but I don't want my computer to explode, especially right now when I don't have the funds to put into getting a new computer. So we're just gonna stick with the PNGs until I can find a good computer that's at least a Core i6 that doesn't cost more than a car. Have you seen some of these streaming games that cost more than the down payment of an apartment? Like, hell nah. That's a month's rent right there. I ain't doing that. So if you want to support the channel, help me buy a new computer. I do have a Ko-fi. You donate as little as $1. I hate doing that, but it's the only way to get by in this economy. What is my second arm gonna be doing? Nah. This is what happens when you start stream with no plan. I feel like the Windows 98 desktop is dying. Sometimes it won't shut down, boot up, it just bugs out and starts making weird noises. I'm a bit nervous. Yeah, buddy. Considering that computer's almost as old as I am, you might want to start preparing for the inevitable. It was a good run, though. I'll just buy a new hard drive, even make a copy. Not throwing this thing out. Oh my goodness. Well, Dardoris, you have a fun time playing whatever. Oh, League of Legends, that's what it is. Wow. Haha. You have a fun time. God knows you'll need it. Okay, what I can do for now is I can, copy paste this. Just erase this for that. Yeah. Alright, the head. Okay, I also need to tilt the head forward so it can be drinking. Just slightly easier. Did I just... I did. What the fuck? Transform. Not copy-paste. Good gracious. This is what happens when I get too good a sleep. Alright? I'm exhausted. I slept great last night. And now look at me. I'm all over the place. Alright, okay. That... yeah, that's good. And then I'll just erase the mouth. You'd be amazed on how much you can actually fake with different emotions if you just copy-paste the head and then change the mouth. I know it's technically lazy, but animators do it all the time. Just ask them. Man, did I take my allergy medicine this morning? My nose is really itchy. I can't remember, but it's one a day, so I don't know what'll happen if I take more than one. Okay. Actually, no, wait. Where is it? Here it is. And then we just, and then bear with me, guys. It's gonna look kind of whack for a second because of the where the lip of the cup is. There we go. And then all you have to do is just erase that one and that. And there you go. Completely different perspective. One thing slightly annoying is though is I can't quite see what my hand sketch is supposed to be because the rest of the body's in the way. Alright. Okay, we can fix the stitch at least. So now the hand... Actually, no, the hand starts... At least my hands start just below the shoulder. So this is where the hand is. And then with... Oh, no. I'm gonna have to change the whole anatomy because the head's at a different angle. There we go. Alright, here we go. Maybe. Okay, erase that. Add just a little bit of bulk to it because t-shirt. There we go. Thumb? No. Because of angle, it'd be flat. Would it? Hang on. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. Is what I keep telling myself. Where's my... There it is. You know what? You know what? You know what? We need this. We're gonna bust into this monster. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. I know what's funny, this is my last of the sugar-free, and it's finally starting to grow on me. Ain't that just the way? I spilled some on me. You know what, just to make it slightly easier myself, I'm just trying to... That's the wrong layer. Erase. What's behind the mug? There we go. Behind the mask, there was a man following what you would do. He was a very bad man. Nothing stopped him hurting you. A magical place lifted up by joy, till the man who took our voice killed us, killed us, killed. Okay. Hey, when's the next Stuff FNAF movie coming out? Is that next month? Because I think the first movie came out in October, right? Was it in October? And it, good God. For the sake of sanity, we're just going to ignore how bad these hands look. Why did my brother deserve to die? Now they're lurking, always searching. Wait, you are my sister, you want her forever. Please don't ever take her. Leave my sister alone. Behind the mask, there was a man following what you would do. He was a very bad man. Nothing stopped him hurting you. A magical place lifted up by joy, till the man who stole. Wait, is it took our voice? Or stole our voice? Stole our voice. Killed us. Killed us. Killed. They probably won't, but it'd be really cool if, was it Corey X Kenshin that was the first YouTuber? Yeah, he was in the first film. And they wanted Markiplier to be in the second film. Now, they probably haven't, but it would be cool if Mark was in the second one. In some shape or form. Because at least, Corey, I think it was Corey. I might be remembering it wrong. It probably was. He was in the trailer. MatPat wasn't even in the trailer. He was on set for like a day. What the fuck was that? I think it was just the wind. It's the wind speaking to us. What's it saying? I don't know. I don't speak wind. That is a very niche reference. If you understand that reference, applaud yourself. Shit. Okay. Hell my home. to the now, now, now. Hail to the now, now, now. Yeah, we're just... Don't look at the hands. Just, yeah. Now the hand wasn't that bad, but I don't know what happened. Okay, we can delete that one. We can delete that one. Okay, now... Here's the thing. Most of the time when I get on an actual rant, like a really good rant, I forget to toggle the PNG. I'm just saying, okay, her eye would not be showing in this one. It's the same thing, I had one that was like, laughing. But sometimes I'd remember to toggle that one. Especially when it was like, okay, yep, here we go. Like way back in the day when I did one FNAF live stream. I had one for jump scares, and I constantly kept forgetting to use it because guess what? Jump scares are a surprise. And most of the time when a jump scare would happen, I'd lift my hands off the keyboard in a way to like defend myself. Most of the time, it just wouldn't work. I wanted it to work so bad. Honestly, this one might be a shorter stream because I didn't realize just how much I didn't have ready. Oh, that's okay. Oh my god, that looks so bad. Then it's okay to have off days. The only reason honestly, the only reason I said I should stream today was so I could work on this, give people a little sneak peek behind the scenes, and I didn't stream last Friday. For whatever reason. But now I'm like, oh god. Friday streams just might be one of those, you know, once in a blue moon, or if I miss, like, if I miss a Monday or a Wednesday, then I'll stream on that Friday. Or whatever. But I'm here now, so I might as well, you know? But then again, if I'm just not up to it... Oh goodness, I almost forgot about that. This would be fine if it was like a still for like a sprite for a video, but for on average a 3-hour stream, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. So this would be fine if I ever get back into doing videos again, which probably aren't gonna happen because I honestly, A, don't know what to talk about, and B, you know what? I could probably talk about this. I don't know what to talk about. YouTube just added a bunch of new features that are all AI-centric, and it is pissing me off, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, there's only 2 options we have as real people. Leave the website and let it rot from the inside, or persist anyway. And while it is tempting to just say, screw this, I'm not going to deal with it anymore, and just dip, like I did, I kind of feel like we should, you know, as human creators, as artists specifically, we kind of have an obligation to hold the line against these new policies and persisting anyway. Like, they're going to insist on these new AI features. How we can rebel, in a way, is by A, refusing to use those features, so they just sit there and only, and the people that do use them, you know exactly what kind of people they are, and B, at the risk of sounding pretentious, be diamonds in the rough when it comes to just the barrage of AI slop. However, there is the fear that our videos are being used to feed the AI generative bullshit. Adding the, the AI video generation feature for shorts. I saw that. It is so... It is the death of creativity, and it is honestly demoralizing. Because as on my bio for my Twitch, I don't remember who said this quote, but I saw it and just like, you know what? Yeah, I create art to show my soul that I'm listening. So that's why I am avidly against generative AI. Not just because the mainframes and whatnot that are used to power AI are absolutely terrible for the environment, but also it's just anti-human. It's anti-life. Life is artistic expression. So it's up to us to make it, you know? Just letting the robots do it for us? No, I want the robots to do my dishes and fold my laundry. That's what I want them to do. There's no art to... Well, actually there is kind of an art to folding laundry, but there's no art to dishes. To cooking? That's a human thing. Cooking is a uniquely human thing to do. Even animals paint. But it means you also have a soul. So... morally, I have an obligation to return and not give up, to continue regardless. But also, it is getting really hard when those websites, you know, like YouTube, actively suppress creators that speak honestly about hard topics. You know? Like, the UK laws, or the internet censorship laws, are now saying you can't even talk about self-harm, because that would be advocating for it. Excuse me? No, it's not. It is a problem. It is a big problem, and it needs to be talked about so people can know that they are not alone, and that and there are people out there who want to help. Because that's why people SH themselves. Because they do feel alone. Because the pain of isolation, the pain that they inflict upon themselves is better than the pain that they feel in their hearts. So yes, we will make art that draws out that emotion, because the rawer, the uglier the emotion, the closer you are to the truth. Or no, it was like the uglier the emotion, the closer you are to healing. Because sometimes you just need to purge those feelings so you don't engage in that behavior. I've done fent art all the time, especially when I was younger. It's just a lot of raw emotions coursing through you, and how else are you going to get those emotions out of you that are in a healthy and constructive way? You draw, you talk about it, you make songs, you make art. So as difficult and as annoying and as downright unbearable it all is, we have to persist. We have to. Because the alternative is silence. And that is even more damning, even more destructive than whatever anyone could say or create. I'm also very worried about misinformation. Oh yeah. People generate videos that never happened. Yep. Now, the one feature, it's so funny. YouTube added a feature where you can pseudo copyright strike people for deep faking. Like, if someone has used your face for a video, you can send them a bit of a cease and desist / copyright strike for using your face. But then again, it's like, oh, you can use these, here's the tool to stop people from using your face. We just gave people a bunch of features to put people's faces on things and manipulate videos. Have you seen the one where you can take a still image of yourself and they'll animate you doing karate? Have you seen, like, the trailer that they put out for that? It is so hypocritical. Let's be honest. There's like maybe 1 or 2 new features that they added that is kinda cool. Like the auto highlight for live streams. Like, if you have a live stream on YouTube, you can have the auto highlight and it'll pick moments to create shorts out of, which is kinda cool, because I'm having a hell of a time picking out moments and clips to turn into shorts, but I also, want to add a little extra editing to the shorts, but I just cannot bring myself to do editing anymore. Especially, I feel no motivation to make videos, even though I know I probably should get back on the horse. But it's so demoralizing, because there's AI slop everywhere. I have to do it all myself. I don't really like the editing process. And when I do make a video that has my honest emotions and I speak authentically, guess what? It gets restricted in the algorithm, so what the hell is even the point? And he wrote a song, yeah, about your honest emotions. Now you're scared that it's going to be used to train. Yep, to train AI. That's another reason why I don't feel any motivation to come back to YouTube or any other thing, any other like website like that. Because I feel like my honest, soulful creation is just gonna be consumed, chopped up, and regurgitated by some soulless bot for some lazy fuck to make money. Because they really are. They're robo-cucks. That's what they are. They're not actually fucking the wife. They're the ones sitting on the couch and letting the robot do it, and while they get to watch. No. Come on. I thought being a cuck was a bad thing on the internet. And yet all these AI bros, guess what you are? Guess what you are? You're a cuck. And now this entire video has been restricted because I said a no-no word. Heaven forbid an adult uses adult language. Because honestly, if they're gonna screw us over for using adult language, and then we make content that is family friendly, guess who's now under fire for the age restriction? And has to verify the age of their channel because they're not restricted by the algorithm, which means people under 18 can watch them, and if people under 18 are watching your videos, guess who's gonna be flagged as family content? Boom! So there's no winning, but there's no winning, but there is losing. And honestly, sometimes losing is the better alternative, because the only way to win, in air quotes, on the YouTube space, you see what the most popular channels are doing. It's all the same regurgitated thing that is overproduced, over the top, and honestly, half those people are dickheads. Mr. Beast, I'm looking directly at him when I say that. There, I said it. Like, I should have said this years ago when I first got that vibe from him, but now that it's trendy to hate on Mr. Beast, oh my goodness. I didn't quite Markiplier and Honey this thing. I'm not quite the Oracle, but I did, my sister also knew, when she looked at Mr. Beast, there was something wrong with him. I've never seen a Mr. Beast video. I've seen clips. I've seen people talking about his videos. I'm just, oh my god. What is this? MTV Cribs? Nothing wrong with MTV Cribs, but it's not something I want on YouTube. YouTube's original slogan, which they got rid of, they should bring it back, broadcast yourself. Honestly, it went from YouTube, broadcast yourself, to YouTube, you make us money. Now it's gonna be AI tube, where it's just regurgitated slop, and we as creators need to take it back. We need to reclaim the site. I don't know how, but I think the only way to reclaim the site is to just keep creating content, so much so that it buries the AI slop and proves that people don't want to watch it. But here's the thing, they won't see that because YouTube also creates comment bots that just spam, share, and like bomb AI videos and pushes it in the algorithm, because of course the AI algorithm is going to favor AI videos, because of course it is. Name one social media platform that is actually trustworthy and made a community with passion. 4chan. 4chan. Although, I highly suggest you don't go anywhere near 4chan if you value your sanity and safety. Holy God, it's the Wild West out there. Now, 4chan and Kiwi Farms, they're holding the line. They actually sued Ofcom. I don't know how that lawsuit is going. I hope they win. Because if they do, this would be quite the... This would be quite the move. And it would set a precedent for other websites to do the same, to step up. But unfortunately, it's gonna be one of those... It's gonna be one of those things where we are either just gonna have to adjust to it. Just adjust to it. Or it's all just gonna blow up. You know? Do you know MySpace is still around? I didn't know that. Granted, it is not quite the website it used to be, but it's still technically around. You know, I'm gonna move on to working on this pumpkin. Because the sketch is actually kind of terrifying. Yeah, I'll just copy paste that. So, yeah. I gotta try and stay positive about this whole thing, but we also do have to look at it realistically. Because these corporations are only concerned with one thing. Their bottom line. So it doesn't matter if it's unethical. It doesn't matter if it's immoral. They don't care, as long as it makes them money. And that's one of those, you know, like, oh, no shark there. Surprise, surprise. Guess who showed up to the party? Just because it's normal, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't mean I have to stay silent when it happens. Like murder. Happens all the time, every day. Does that make it alright? Does that suddenly exempt people from the consequences of their actions? No. It just means there's a deeper issue. Everything's gone to shit after COVID. Yep, it's ever since 2020, man, everything has just been ruined. Like, a lot of people are saying Halloween was ruined because of COVID. And I get that to an extent. Because when it came to community, 2020 really did just take a dump on the idea of, you know, of community, unity, and just made an entire generation isolated and cut off from each other and themselves. I'm not gonna say who was right and who was wrong during that whole thing, because I was not on the inside. I do not know what, what went on behind the scenes, so I can't make a sound judgment, but I just know it was a bad time all around. No one would argue with that. Now, the news being nothing but just garbage and fear-mongering, that has never... that's not new. That has always been the case. Same with companies being greedy. That has always been the case. It's just, I guess now, we see it more. They've gotten more greedy. Because the numbers just keep going up and up. So their greed just keeps going up and up with it, because the love of money is the root of all evil, to quote the Bible, if you don't mind. So the problem hasn't changed, it's just gotten bigger. More widespread. You know, like the world's population. Chronic illnesses have not gone up. It's just there's more people. So it seems like there's, oh, this problem is getting bigger, or like it's getting more widespread. Yeah, that's because we are getting more widespread. Proportionally, it's basically the same. Like, if you compare today's market with the, when was the U.S. economic boom? With, like, the market back in the 50s? There's no comparison. There's no comparison. We're off the graph. Technically, our economy is the best it has the American economy is the best it has ever been in, since its conception. Number-wise, comparatively to the rest of the world and proportionate to what the actual income and economy is, like, enclosed, it's not great. The fact that jobs don't even pay livable wages anymore, like, people can't even... The reason why trick-or-treating isn't as big is because the people that want to get involved in Halloween can't afford homes. We all live in apartments. I live with my parents. Okay? I can't afford shit. Even if I did have 3 full-time jobs, which would be impossible, but even if I did have that, I still wouldn't make enough or be able to handle, economically, owning a house. So yeah, I'm sorry for being the Debbie Downer right now. But again, it's bugging me. It's siphoning my soul. And I need to get it off my chest. I am venting. Do I actually want to give up? No, of course not. My heart could not take it if I gave up. I can't give up. I refuse to give up. Does it feel tempting most days? Oh yeah. The day I give up on creating is the day I die. And beyond. I will be in the grave wanting to create more. Don't want to go over Paolo's absolute mess of leaders, not to mention... not important, but... I feel like rights have gotten worse. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know technically in my chat rules it says no trauma dumping or bringing down the mood, but the mood's already down, so nothing you could say could possibly bring it down any lower. That is not an invitation for you to try, but if that rule is only in place for, like, if we're all laughing and having a good time, and then someone comes in who's like, oh yeah, and starts talking about all this crap that is not on topic and refuses to stop, then that's trauma dumping. But while we're all sharing how shitty the world is, you know what? Might as well. That actually can't be there because... yeah. Like the old saying goes, the horrors persist, but so do I. We as artists have a moral obligation to continue to create, no matter how bad things get. You know, when America was in the Great Depression, America's economy was in the dumps. But do you want to know what people most remember about the Depression? About the 30s and 20s? The music! And how creative cooks got with their recipes when supplies were short. Food supplies were down, but we still managed to cook and create some amazing recipes. I've tried a few Depression-era recipes. Yes, they could use a little bit of seasoning, but that was it. It was the Depression. You were working with what you had, and a lot of people had nothing. But the music that came out of the American Depression era is still remembered to this day very fondly. I still listen to it. I mean, I love the sound of the roaring 20s and 30s. The jazz. Oh god, that was the era of jazz. We may not be appreciated when times are good, but when the going gets tough, the artists get creating. Companies putting fun patterns on potato sacks lets people use the clothing on his products. Yep. That was the thing. When this one potato company, when they found out mothers were using the patterns to make dresses for their daughters, they started adding floral patterns to the sacks to make them so that even though you were using a potato sack to make a dress, at least it looked pretty. Can't do that now, though, because everything is plastic. But see, now that's what companies should do. That is corporate kindness. Sure, that potato company couldn't end the Depression, but it could at least make it less depressive for at least some families. Yeah, it's not... I don't want to leave it up to the big companies to fix everything, but they at least can make it less miserable for everyone involved. Same with my art, with my stupid streams and my silly little comics. I can't fix the world. But I can at least make someone's day a little bit better. Okay, I'm gonna color the BRB onto the paper in, like, solid lettering, yeah. Tulip bulbs and soups and steam pots, since there was no bread. Really? Did it taste good? It was like, yeah, during World War II, the Germans, everyone actually started using dandelion roots because there was a coffee shortage. Oh, excuse me. Okay, that pumpkin, this little jack-o'-lantern, is going to be my BRB and my be right back thing when I have to step away. I thought it was funny because I couldn't. Is that my new Sona doesn't have any accessories, so I thought, what can I put in place? Because for my current BRB, it's just my tablet sitting here. But for this one, I was like, you know, it'd be funny if I just had a pumpkin. I am actually excited for creating the assets for these future streams, because for fall it's going to be, you know, it's the theming of the assets, while my Sona can stay the same, maybe with an added accessory, like for like spring, I might put on a flower crown or something, because I thought, because it might look cute. For winter, I might put on a scarf or something, you know, just add a little accessory or something I can, like, just stick on top. Might put a little hat, if I can figure out how to put a hat on. Okay, I can delete that. Rotterdam was flat and gone. Now it's the most advanced city in the Netherlands. That's good. I heard tulips tasted disgusting, bland and bitter, but I'll still try it myself if it's clean and safe. All ready for winter. Half my OCs have a scarf, and I'm obsessed with scarves. I used to be obsessed with scarves too in high school, but that was because I was such a ridiculously huge fan of this little known anime called Hetalia, and Russia was my favorite character, and he wore a scarf, so yeah. I also think if I make my PNG tuber simple, yeah, it's gonna be, not as cool or exciting for streams, but if they're simple, I can at least, I feel it'd be easier in my mind to update them. And then I can always just update them later. Not like, because back when I was Rune Steamorph on YouTube, my PNG tuber updated like at least 5 times, and it was the same design, but I just, you know, got better at figuring out what I wanted each emotion to look like. My art style changed. There was one time where I went from hyper detailed to chibi, a more chibi style for the PNG because I felt like it would be a lot more fun, you know, emotive-wise, and it was fun. That live stream was 10 hours long where I was working on that PNG, and my god, it was the most fun I'd ever had on a stream. Yeah. I think. There might be a contender for like 1 or 2 moments, if that's the same stream I'm thinking of. Was that the stream where we solved the FNAF lore? I think it was. Where I was like talking about the Shining, which honestly I should make a video essay talking about that, but I just didn't want to. Because A, I couldn't figure out how to write it in a way that was cohesive, and B, I knew if I made a FNAF-inspired video, then like the new audience would be like, "Hey, can you talk about this? About a FNAF more? What about more? FNAF. Five Nights at Freddy's." And I was like, I don't want my channel to be Five Nights at Freddy's, because back then, you know, I had specific videos I wanted to make. Now I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just make whatever. I might like rethink about how I make channel videos from now on if I do decide to return. Heard someone call my characters unapologetically cartoony. Yeah. Yeah. Your art style is very much just adorable. You know, if your art style hasn't changed since we've last spoken, like since I last saw your videos. Actually, yeah, her horns throw forward, so even if she turns her head. You know, the idea of having horns like this would be cool, but I know if I couldn't, with these horns, the way they stick out, Rune cannot look down. She can't look that far down because her horns would hit her shoulder blades. Not her blades, but hit her shoulders. So she can't look all the way down. She can only just time to tilt her head. She can look up. She can look to the side. I mean, she can look to the side if she also lifts her head. But that's just a funny thing to think about. The way she would move. Think. So like, if I did get a VTuber, that'd be really funny. Like, would my horns like clip through my shoulders if I tilt my head down? Or would they just break off? Or am I actually just a blob? An amorphous blob that vaguely takes a recognizable shape? Who knows? Lore, who is she? The only problem with this art style is since I've removed like half the face, keeping features from floating is a little bit harder. So I have to, like, I still have to draw where the eyes and nose would be. Just so I can put the mouth in the right spot without making it look terrible. Like, still, see, that looks terrible. That's because the jaw is not, the face is not the right shape. And it's definitely changed a bit. Switches swapped a few times. My new film, Noah Fiction, uses paper dolls. Ooh, that's so cool! I've seen paper style animation before. Oh my god, that is gonna be so cool, man. I've seen some people, this one guy did a short film that was all paper paper dolls, and he added lip syncing. And, you know, the dolls could tilt their head and blink, and the eyes could move because they were on separate sheets of paper that he could manipulate through wires. It's like, how did you do that? And because it was stop motion, you take the frame, click, switch out the papers for a different mouth, click, switch out the doll, click. But some of the shots were he could do continuously. Like, there was one shot where the doll was opening a door, because all he had to do was, like, pull a string to where the door would open, like, off camera, and the doll's hand was, like, taped to the door, so it looked like she was opening the door. So it wasn't completely stop motion, but there were parts of it that were, like, the talking bits. But everything in it was paper. And here's the thing, it's not, if it was, like, just one simple story, if it was, like, a simple story, that'd be one thing, but no, there was a high-speed motorcycle chase, and, like, there was, like, it was a story about a spy. It was like, what the, oh my god, and there was also, you know, one of the characters was watching, TV, and there was like a Western style spaghetti Western on TV, and that short little animation also had its own art style. It was like, oh, it's so good. I don't remember what it was called, but I do know that short film took the guy like 5 years to make. And I'm sitting here staring at it, you know, watching it, be like, each one of those, hang on. No, 30. Anyway. I know you probably didn't work on it for each of the 365 days in those 5 years, but yeah. Holy. Every single one of those years was worth it. Gruff. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's so good. It's so beautiful, too. The story is also very beautiful. I cried when I watched it. And it was just a nice showing of some people have different love languages, and when you don't figure that out, you can lose each other. Even though you both... Here's the thing. Two people can be saying, I love you, to each other, but they don't have the same love language, so that I love you can feel like an I hate you. When it's not. See, my love language is quality time. Which is why I love live streaming and just hanging out. My mom's love language is acts of service. For me, acts of service are not, they're far from my love language. So acts of service make, like, when someone does an act of service for me, it makes me feel guilty because now I owe them. Same with gifts. Gifts are not an act, or not a, I mean, receiving gifts are nice, but it's like, okay, I have to thank them now. I now owe them, and I have to, you know, like, there's things I have to do now, even though they don't mean it for that. And whenever she says, hey, acts of service are my love language, that's, I feel like, and I don't know if she actually is saying it, but because it's not my love language, it makes me feel like, hey, if you loved me, you would do the dishes, or, you know, you would do more work around here. It's like, ugh, okay. I mean, I do the dishes almost every day, so that's not the issue. It's just whenever she says it, it's never because she did something for me. It's always because someone didn't do something for her. And there's no doubt in my mind that my mom loves me. I mean, she still lets me live in her house. Okay? But it's one of those things where our love languages are completely different. So when I'm, like, in her room, talking at her, yapping, while she's folding laundry, for me, that's a great time! Because we're hanging out. We're spending time together. Even if we're just sitting in the same room, both scrolling on our phones and occasionally showing each other stuff, for me, that's love. So, like, my brother, his love language is gift giving. Which is great. But it's also like, at the same time, I'm like, okay, geez, can you please stop? I don't have room for all these Transformers toys. Christ on a bike. What is wrong with everything? Why is everything wrong here? Hold on. Let me just start over. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna copy paste the head, turn it around, and adjust accordingly. I got my keyboard as a gift, and I just physically feel like however much I think of someone, it won't sound genuine. Exactly. Also, you still don't have a dishwasher? Yep, we still do not have a dishwasher. See, now, the only way for my mom and I to, like, share a love language if we do something together. Like, to say, acts of service are her love language, and quality time is my love language, so let's do that thing together. But that's not quite an act of service, because she's also doing it as well. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's why the shoulders are too broad. Mother Hubbard. There we go. Yeah, we still do not have a dishwasher. I feel like we're getting close to having one, but I don't know. Because we just got a new wood stove, and we still have to move out the old one that's sitting on the porch right now. And another thing of why acts of service is not my love language whatsoever is because every time, it seems like every time I've tried to do something for another person, out of the kindness of my heart, because, oh, I'm gonna surprise them, I've done it wrong, or they didn't want it done that way, and now I've wasted everyone's time, because now they have to get new supplies. Or now they have to start over from scratch because I did something without telling them. And, you know, the only time an act of service for me is a love language thing is if they don't know I'm doing it. Like, if someone asked me to bake them muffins, whatever, I'll bake you muffins. Fine, I'll do it. But if they don't ask me and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna bake them muffins, and then they just come home to it, that thank you feels more genuine if they didn't ask. As soon as you ask, I'll do something for you. But as soon as you asked me to do it, now it's a chore. It's no longer an act of service or a love language thing. It's a chore, even if it's an enjoyable thing to do. Like, I don't hate baking. But once you asked me to do it, it's added to my chore list, and chores are not a love thing. I don't do chores out of love. I do chores out of obligation and necessity. So that's why acts of service just don't resonate with me. Gift giving is kind of ambiguous because for me, gift giving does show that you're thinking about me if it's a specific kind of gift, you know? Like, if you just, hey, it's Christmas, or what, like, it's your birthday, so here's a sketchbook. I'd be like, oh, thanks. Yeah, of course. You got the artist of the family a sketchbook. As if I don't already have 50 sketchbooks just sitting in my desk right now. Of course, I don't say that to their face, because that would be rude. But if they're like, hey, I got you this, and it's something that's very niche and that only I would like, that's when it's like, yes, you get me. Like, for every Hanukkah, we always get socks, because that's just the tradition. Hanukkah gifts are nothing big or extravagant, it's just things you need. Because we are a practical people. Now, I also like getting nice things, but I don't get my hopes up. You know? Most of the gifts that I, just give me money so I can go get myself something. You know? Because I know I'll like it. And I won't have to force a, yeah, thank you. Oh, hope you kept the receipt. Anyway. So one year, someone got me, and I think it was a foster kid, got me a t-shirt that said, it was just a regular t-shirt, but it said, if only sarcasm burned calories. And I loved that shirt so much. That was the best gift I had received that day. And it was just a freaking t-shirt. I love that shirt so much. Hang on, let me pull it up. Do I have it? Do I no longer have it? My dumbass deleted it because I wasn't going to be using it. Anyway, I love that shirt so much. I do have it. I put it on my old editing rune. Now, this isn't the exact font. The font is a lot smaller, but I made it bigger for the cartoon. But yeah, this is the shirt that they got me. I still have it to this day. It still fits me, surprisingly. And it was just, this was special. Now, if someone, like, in comparison, if someone had just gotten me a, 3-foot Optimus Prime, yeah, that's cool. It's like, hey, I heard you like Transformers, so I got you this. It's like, that's cool and all. But Bay vs. Optimus Prime is not my favorite of the Transformers, and it's 3 feet. Where the fuck am I gonna put it? Compared to, if someone got me a, hey, you said that you wanted, that you needed it, so here's, a little rain check thing. I've put aside some money for you to get yourself a new computer. And that's what this is for. That'd be like, oh my god, thank you so much. Yes, a computer probably would cost more than an Optimus Prime right now, collective-wise. But, you know, it's the thought that counts. Not just the thought, it's the knowing. You gotta know someone to get them a proper gift, which is why I also hate gift giving, because I need it to be special. I need this gift to mean something that isn't just gonna be like, oh cool, thanks, sit on a shelf. Because of course you got me a gift, it's Hanukkah. Or it's my birthday, of course you got me a gift. You know? Now, I have gotten gifts for people and have hoarded that gift, hidden it in my room until it was their birthday. But it felt amazing because I'm like, I got a secret in my room. And it's for you, and I know you're gonna like it. I hope to God you don't get something similar to it in the meantime. There's also, what are the other love languages? Physical touch is one of the love languages, and words of affirmation. Now, words of affirmation kind of are like hit or miss for me. Because it might just be my paranoia, but when someone says nice things about me, just because, my immediate thought is, what do you want? Now, that might just be my paranoia. But, yeah, words of affirmation don't really work on me. Because people can say whatever they want to you. But it doesn't really mean anything until they act upon it, you know? Action speaks louder than words. But also, if you're just being straight up hurtful with your words, like, come on. Words of positive affirmation don't really work on me, but words of negative connotation, yeah, they kind of hurt a little bit. I'll overanalyze the hell out of the meaning of the phrases you say. Be like, what did they mean by that? Was that mean? Was that supposed to be sarcastic? Was that a backhanded comment, or are they being serious? No, of course they wouldn't be serious about it, because why would they say that? Why would they compliment me in that way? But that also just might be an issue with my own self-esteem and self-image. And the fact that I use self-deprecating humor sometimes. Not even sometimes, all the time. And I say, oh yeah, it's just self-deprecating humor. I'm literally just calling myself a dumbass. That's not funny at all. Pardon. I'm going to switch to that lasso tool because I actually want to keep this arm. I'm going to do something kind of funny. Or at least I'm going to think it's funny. I'm going to move the arm slightly and tilt it. So if I switch very quickly back and forth, it's going to be oh no you didn't! And then I'm going to tilt the head back up. So, in the meantime, when we're not, while the comic is on hiatus, we're going to be working on, at least I hope, to be working on a bunch of illustrations that are all fall themed, or using, drawing my spooky fall themed characters. Because I have a lot of characters that are fall themed, so there's plenty of content to be had there. I don't have anything sketched, but this needed to get done. So Sunday is going to be quite busy. I have no idea what we're going to be doing Monday for the stream, but it's going to be the first official full day of fall. So, no matter what, we're going to be streaming with cider. I don't care if it's still 80 degrees out. Cider, 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 cider. Super speedy cider squeezy 6000. Well, you've got opportunity in this very community. He's flam with the world famous Flim Flam Brothers. Traveling sales, ponies, nobody. That's such a good song. And a good episode, if you haven't seen it. That is the wrong teeth. Okay, for this, I'm gonna also move her arm out, slightly, so that's more relaxed. Yeah. So that there's a bit of a, more movement implied. Delete. 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 Okay, now for the one I've been avoiding this entire time because I still can't quite... I don't want to add too much lore. I don't want to add too much lore to this version of Rune, so the aesthetics can be interchangeable. Because I think that's what was bugging me for every time I redesigned my Sona. The aesthetics weren't, like, the vibes weren't meshing well. With this design, I think I can kind of fit her into any sort of aesthetic. Hell, even pastel goth would work. Tech punk, guess who's got implants now? But one thing I do that would be really fun, it'd be so hard to do with a PNG. I'd have to make a GIF, and I don't have a GIF maker, and any of the GIF makers that are online, you either have to pay for, and the free ones add so many pixels, it's basically like they deep fried your art. Anyway, but I think it would be funny if this version of Rune, to keep with the fire powers, to bring that back from the Skeomorph Cryptid Core vibes, if I brought back the fire powers, but made it so, like, whenever she gets angry, her hair and shoulders sprout flames, a la Disney's Hercules Hades. It'd be so funny if I'm just, like, if it was a PNG tuber, that'd be really funny, because I could just go, what the fuck? And then have, like, fire, boom, and then just, okay, I'm fine, I'm cool. And then just smoke coming off the... Because I have something coming off of me. That would be really funny, because, Disney's Hercules, that is one of my favorite Disney movies, and Hades is one of my favorite Disney villains. He's not the best Disney villain. Although if you put a gun to my head and asked me who's the best Disney villain, I'd have to, like, genuinely think about that for a minute. Be like, how many bullets are in the chamber? Because I'm gonna genuinely need to think about that. Of the princesses, Sleeping Beauty is definitely my favorite. And, Sleeping Beauty and Beauty and the Beast. The Beauties. Those ones are my favorite old Disney movies. Not counting the Aristocats and, the Robin Hood one. You know, the furry one. And welcome back, Dardoris. We went on quite an adventure. We had a whole rant about the moral obligations of artists, how AI is ruining everything, and love languages. Don't worry, the VOD will be posted on this channel. How's the mug going? Well, the mug turned out fine. It's just the hand, not so much. So the mug is fine. The hand was just copy pasted, and is just two little triangles. But it's okay because I don't care. You know, I just realized the line art isn't the head. The line art for the head is thicker than for the rest of the body. So when I officially do the line art, when I blow this up, I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm still keeping this here just so I can see how it all looks. Like, how it'll look in the final shot when it's all together. I'm gonna change the... Never mind. Just to keep it proportionate, I'm going to, again, copy-paste the head. Just so it's all proportionate to each other. Because you don't want floating head anatomy. You don't want floaty anatomy. Just so I can keep the, Okay, the neck, I'm gonna have to erase. There we go. Okay, we are erasing that, and the mouth. There we go. Now I can sketch underneath. Oh yeah, I heard the bot problem was really bad in League. But then again, the bot problem isn't exactly great on other websites either. Bot problem? Yeah, like there's a bunch of bots that just flood the servers. That people create bots specifically to like farm content and make the money. I mean, if you haven't noticed it, obviously it's not that big of a problem. It's like not a problem for you, but I have heard a lot of people talk about it, so that's why I bring it up. That's why I'm asking. Because we know the comment bot situation is bad here. I've already had to delete and block like 3 different bots. You don't know what that is, but it's good. Yeah, what is... Oh god, I'm gonna try this. My mind is saying Panenkoken, but I'm pretty sure that's not it. And I have no idea how I would pronounce that C. What is burning? Hey, Tab? She probably can't hear me. Oh, well, she probably cooked something, but it smells like something's burning. I'm just gonna assume it's okay, because I don't smell smoke. It's probably just like toast or something. Yeah, it smells something was on the burner and she used it. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, if there are any keys, design keys, if you choose to draw fan art of Rune, one thing you'll always need: teeth and apple-shaped hair. Dutch-style pancakes. Okay. Savory sweet crepes, but... You tell this to a Dutch person, they will hate you. Does every culture around the world have their own version of the pancake? Or a crepe? Like how every culture has their own version of the dragon, does every culture also have their own version of the pancake? Are pancakes the dragon of the culinary world? God, it's so funny how much we share. Now, people love to talk about culture shock of visiting other countries. I also love to talk about the culture shock, but in the, oh, you have that too, of visiting another culture or country. So it's just, it's very interesting. Like, people love to talk about our differences, but let's talk about our similarities. We all love pancakes. Name a single culture that doesn't have their version of the pancake. Yeah, same thing, just different names. Exactly. Like in Japan, they have their own version of pancakes. They don't call it that, and I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But they have pancakes too. Yep, her horn is hitting her neck right there with her head tilted. So her hair would be different. Right. There we go. Yep, I am drawing a new PNG tuber model. Hopefully it turns out okay. These are the frames we have so far. There's just me normally, and here's me talking. It's gonna be me drinking, talking and drinking. It's me yelling at someone else that has come into the room. Very bland pose, but I don't know what to do with my arms. And now we're working on the I'm frustrated pose. Oh, and here's the BRB pose. It's just gonna be a pumpkin. Because I like pumpkins and it's fall season. Looks like it's... But the ones we eat are usually baked with cheese, bacon, and leeks. Ooh! With a strawberry-flavored syrup. That is an interesting combination. Yeah, American pancakes are 99.9% of the time, very sweet. Although your crepe... If you think about it, a crepe is just a... weak tortilla. If you think about it. Same with pita. That's just a thick tortilla that you can cut open and stuff things in it. Honestly, I prefer pita bread over pancake. Over tortillas, because not only is it hard to overstuff them because you just fold it, but there's also less mess with pita bread than with a burrito, because a burrito can leak and a tortilla can like bust open. With the pita bread, it's all contained, so you keep all the juice in there, and it's mwah! I love falafel. I love shawarma. Put that in a pita bread. Ooh. People who don't cut their pita breads and they try to eat it like a taco, y'all are crazy. That's not how you do it. You cut the pita and you stuff it. And then roll it up. You can stuff it, like, and roll it one-handed. That's pita bread. Is this how you spell it? Yeah, I think so. Not PETA as in the animal abuse service. The animal abusers, which they are. And not PETA as in the husband from Family Guy. PETA as in the main love interest from Hunger Games. I thought his name was Peter for the longest time. And they all had like accents or something. I was like, why are you all saying Peter like that? But no, his name is PETA, as in the bread. Because his family is bakers. I'm just staring at the screen like, what? But the guy in Family Guy, despite Lois calling him PETA, his name's Peter. It's like, what the... Just call him Kepha. That's the Hebrew version of Peter. One bite and you're stuffed for the entire afternoon. Yep, with American pancakes, we go crazy. With yogurt, berries, and honey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can take the pancakes and layer them with maple syrup and butter, and just like a regular cake. I've seen people make cake out of pancakes, but they like mixed in like brown sugar in with the batter. I've done. If you really want to elevate your American pancake game, here's what you do. Instead of using water, use coffee. When you mix it, I mean, I use a powder. We don't make it from scratch. At least my family doesn't. But if you get the pancake mix, where you like just add water, I call it the Martian pancakes because you just add water. Add coffee to the batter, or add hot chocolate. Oh, and then swirl it with brown sugar. Mwah! You can thank me later. Alright, I drew that hand before, so let's just... Homemade currant jam. Are currants actually good? Because I have a bush on my property of currants, and I've never actually done anything with them. I just usually leave them for the birds. But I hear you also need them for fruitcake. And boy, what the hell? Oh my god. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, the thumb would be visible. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ain't no way. There we go. We'll just say it's good enough for now. They're delicious. You've never had them. I've had them in mixes. Like, right, because if you probably haven't, but the Americans during Christmas have this very obscene thing called a fruitcake, and it takes like raisins, dates, currants, orange peels, all soaked in brandy, and then you put them in the bread, which is actually cake, and then you bake it, and then you soak that in brandy, and you will not make it down the stairs if you eat this, but yeah. I've had them with things, just not by themselves. Okay, I'll try to remember which bush it is, because I know it's around here. It's around here somewhere. I don't know which one it is. It's probably the orange one. And also, I think the currants we have aren't, the right currants. Which you do need to think about, because sometimes you can, it's like, oh yeah, let's plant some chamomile so we can make tea. You need to make sure you're planting the right chamomile if you want it for tea, because there are two different kinds of chamomile. I don't remember the difference, but I do know one of them is for tea, and one of them's a ground, like ground cover. That isn't really great for tea, because the flowers are so small. Same with, marigolds. If you want good marigolds that boost your garden, you need to use, like, the, I don't remember what they're called, but it's the marigolds that have more red on them with yellow tips on the petals. Those will really help in your garden. Now, both kinds of, not mums, but yeah, marigolds, that's what I said. Marigolds are really good in the garden. but the best kind. You need to look at the different varieties. Because cranberry, despite being very similar, cranberries are not lingonberries. Lingonberries grow in the mountains. Well, cranberries do too as well, but they're like, there's regional stuff. Same with like potatoes. You can't just use any regular old potato if you want mash. You need to use russets if you want a good consistency. And like for stew or roasting, maybe for roasting you should probably use the reds because they're small and hard and maintain their shape and won't get stuck. But you can use golds for roast. You just need more olive oil. 3 different kinds of currant. Okay, yeah, I'll need to look up which currants we have. We currently have. Hey, I'll see myself out. You can go ahead and throw the tomatoes. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Okay, oh, the hips are too big. Well, that's why I changed the positioning of the legs. Red, black, and white. Interesting. Then what the hell do we have? Maybe when I saw them, they weren't ripe yet. Like cranberry waffles? Oh, God. Well, I'm so happy for you. Because I personally don't like cranberries solely because they are put in everything in here. Oh my God. You can't buy regular apple cider or regular apple juice hardly anywhere anymore because it's always cran apple, where they put cranberry juice in the apple. I hate it so much. There's cranberries in everything. Every other juice is something and cranberries. I'm just, what CEO is in charge of the cranberry distribution because they need to get shot? There's too much. There's too many. I just want regular apple cider. I want regular sparkling cider. I don't want no grapes in it. I don't want no cranberries, and I especially don't want no grape juice in it. Just plain Jane apples. But we can't always get what we want, can we? I didn't actually mean that thing about the CEO getting shot. I don't know who's in charge of that. There's been enough killing going around, but still. Shot in the leg with a taser. There we go. You should never go to the... Yeah, ain't that where, like, all the cranberries come from? Are they floating them in the river? And you gotta watch out when they're in the lake because there's nothing but spiders in there. Have you heard about that? It's terrifying. Yeah, we grow raspberries at my place. And apricots. So when they're in season, man, we are swamped. And we try not to eat all the raspberries because we do want to freeze them so we have them at other times of the year. But they're just so good. And you gotta process them immediately so they don't go bad. But then it's like, making jam is... You gotta set aside a day for it. Like, we are currently drowning in tomatoes, and I have quietly given up on the garden. By quietly, I mean I've just stopped giving a shit. And I think my parents are pissed at me because they're trying to, like, can them to make sauce and whatnot, and I'm just at the point where I was like, you know, just let the birds have them, because I don't care. But then again, I remember we put tomato sauce in, like, everything, and we always buy it canned, so it would be nice to have our own tomato sauce, and say, you know what, I know you're right, but I don't wanna. Ugh. So also, we'd have a shitload of peppers. Most of the peppers I don't even want to eat. Yeah, imagine, like, being someone like me who doesn't really like tomatoes all that much. And then, yeah, being raised by a dad that frickin' loves tomatoes and insists we plant, like, 30 bushes. And then complains about having no space in the house to put them. It's like, yeah, because you insisted on planting 30 different tomatoes. We wouldn't have this problem if we just planted 5. But yeah. He's just as... I get my paranoia from my dad, because he sprouts a bunch of these tomatoes, because he knows the one year he doesn't is there's going to be like a frost or something. And then we're going to lose all our tomatoes. Or it's going to be a drought, or the plants die. And then now we have no tomatoes that year because we didn't plant enough of a backlog and whatnot. So I'm just, oh, God. And they say, and some people say mental disorders aren't chronic. Or aren't hereditary. Guess where I got my anxiety? My paranoid, tinfoil hat, redneck father. And guess where I got my anger issues? My born and raised New York ex-military mother. So yeah. Fun psychology fact. Even if you don't experience the same trauma as your parents, it's encoded in their genetics. So you can have the same mental disorder your parents do. Even if theirs was brought on by trauma, yours is now chronic. Because it's encoded in the DNA. And the way they act can trigger certain genes to activate. So if you don't want your kids to have the same mental disorder you do, don't have kids. It's as simple as that. Because no matter what you do... Yeah, that's the thing. There's plenty of recipes that we can do to get rid of all these Goram tomatoes. It's just, we don't have the space to do all that. We'd have to, like, set aside an entire weekend to do that. But that means our entire kitchen is just flooded with tomatoes and whatnot, and we don't have the counter space. We just don't have the room to do all this. We'd have to, like, do it outside, which is what my dad has recently been doing. Okay, I've messed around with this one long enough. We can move on. It's just, we could make all this tomato sauce and can them and pickle a bunch of our peppers, and I'm like, where are we gonna put them? With what mason jar? Yeah, you can make soup. Where are we gonna put it? In the freezer? We don't have room. Our freezer is full of butchered chickens. And cheese. And tater tots. That's what our freezers are full of. And we don't have a cellar. And canning is a tedious process. Yeah, so it can keep longer. We put cheese, well, not really in the freezer, but we have it in, like, the fridge next door. So it'll keep longer, because cheese is expensive. And then, despite American food being chock full of preservatives, our food spoils so fast. So, like, if you don't put things in the fridge or in the freezer, it's just gonna go bad and get moldy and disgusting. I don't mean to be bitching about my family's tendencies, but no one in your life could ever piss you off quite like family. Now, my mom doesn't have a Twitch account, so she can't watch my live streams like she used to when on YouTube. But when I eventually post the VOD, it'll be like 2 weeks. It'll be like a week from now. Or so. By the time this VOD is posted, so maybe situations will be different. Or she just won't get this far in the stream. You just buy part of an actual cheese wheel from the market. Yeah, we don't have markets in our local area. I mean, sure, there's a farmer's market, but they're only really open on Saturday, and we don't shop on Shabbat. And they're heckin' expensive. If you want food here, you go to Costco or Walmart. Yes, I'm just as depressed as you are hearing that as I am saying that. Wait, no, I'm just as depressed as you are hearing that saying that as you are hearing it. God bless America. Granted, Walmart is quite convenient. Because that's the thing with Americans. If it's not convenient, we're not doing it. But then half of the things we do and say, oh, it's more convenient this way, is very inconvenient. We've just convinced ourselves that this is the better alternative because America is the greatest country in the world. Meanwhile, sounds depressing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't have a Walmart. Well, you're not missing much. It's just, Walmart is one of those stores where you can literally buy anything, but that doesn't mean the price, they're, like, good quality. There, that's actually, yeah, that's better. It's all mass-produced. Yeah. Walmart sold guns. Yeah, some Walmarts sell guns. You can get Captain Crunch, your Christmas decorations, furniture, a movie, fishing, you know, tackle, and a gun, all in the same store. Convenient. The only thing Walmart doesn't sell is cars, but you can get all the parts that you need for your car. Sounds like a flea market. It kind of is, but it's like all a bunch of different brands, and there's like the Walmart brand, Great Value, which isn't great. But hey, it's cheap. It's all in one spot. And it's in every and every state has a Walmart. I think. Not every city has a Walmart, but every state has at least 3 Walmarts. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been to the West Coast. Maybe Walmart isn't on... no, excuse me. I'm on the West Coast. I haven't been to the East Coast. Maybe they don't have a Walmart there. You pick up a gun at your local store the size of an IKEA. Yeah, basically. Yeah, you can get groceries, clothes, garden supplies, home repair, home decor, movies, games, sporting goods, car parts. Not parts, but like stuff you need for your car, like windshield wipers and stuff, and guns and fishing tackle. Well, that's part of sporting goods, all in the same place. And some Walmarts have a deli where you can get fast deep fried fat food like potato wedges and chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese. Ooh, it's disgusting. It's so good. No, that's not it. Oh my god, we're in hand hell again. Now I am gonna, for this one, I'm gonna tilt the head back up because I'll be talking. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yes, America. You normally have guns in America? Oh, yeah. Is it true that you can get arrested just because you drink alcohol outside? Public intoxication, yes, is against the law. So what you do is you put your... So instead of just having a beer can in public that isn't a pub or like in your yard, you put it in a brown paper bag so they can't see what you're drinking, even though everyone knows what you're drinking if it's in a brown paper bag. So now, like, if you're at a restaurant and they have outside seating and you're drinking, that is fine. If you're at a bar and you're drinking and it's outside, that is fine. But if you go from the bar to the curb and you're walking home drunk in a public area, you can get arrested for public intoxication. Now, it is different per city. You know, different states had different laws, and different counties and cities have different laws regarding public intoxication. But generally, yeah, it's kind of illegal. But if you're on private property, doesn't matter. You're on private property. As long as you're not breaking federal law, you can kind of do whatever you want. As long as there are no cops around. Whatever you want, as long as there are no cops around. How can you physically obtain a gun without multiple licenses? Getting a gun from a store instead of a designated zone is crazy to me. You do need they do need to run a background check in order for you to buy a gun, but you can place an order at Walmart. They'll do a background check and they're like, okay, come back in a few weeks. You pick out the gun, we'll run the background check. And it depends. The laws recently have gotten more strict. Because in some stores, like at like a sporting goods, you could just buy a gun with ammo and you can walk out with it the same day. Now it has gotten more strict where you place the order. They run the background check, and in like 2 to 3 business days, then you can go pick up the gun. But that's only because of recent events and criminal activity. But I don't know if that's every store's policy. Because that's the thing. It's up to the individual store owners to dictate what their policy is within the confines of federal law. You know? But I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me. I am not a lawyer, thus I cannot legally give out legal advice or speak on matters that I know nothing about, despite Americans being so good at that. You can't drink beer outside, but you can buy a gun from Walmart. Yep. Welcome to America. Land of the free, home of the brave. Recently, the store policies have cracked down a little bit, where they have to run a background check. Or at least they are encouraged to do so. I don't know if that's true, but most of the people that engaged in, like, shootings got the gun from someone else. Like, a friend of theirs bought it. Or they stole it from their parents. You know, so just because the person who bought the gun had a license doesn't mean they're gonna be the one using it. You know, like, you send in one of your adult friends to go buy you a beer, and then it's just a bunch of teenagers drinking. I personally had never done that, but it is a common practice. I don't know. Here's the thing. Homeless people, or like crackheads, can walk the streets and be tweaked out of their mind. But they better not see it. But, you know, you can be tweaked out of your mind on the streets, but they better not see a beer can. Hang on, there's a fly on my computer. I am going to kill him, and then Church will be my best friend. No! Pastor! Excuse me a minute, folks. I need to kill a fly. Alright, where'd he go? Where'd you go, you little bastard? As soon as I pick up the fly swatter, he disappears. I got my eye on you. Wherever you may be. Well, you don't have to worry about me not killing your fly friend. I missed the bastard. Now I can't find him. It would be better for humanity to just get along. Yeah, oh, absolutely. They have no need for guns, but sadly we're not living in a utopia. Yeah. Now, our, military and police forces having firearms and them being the only ones having firearms, ideally would be a good idea, but here's the thing. Criminals do not obey the law. So even if it's illegal for them to own a firearm, they're gonna find a way to get a gun illegally, and then guess what? Law-abiding citizens don't have a gun, so that robber is gonna break into their house and hold them at gunpoint and maybe kill them. And what they have to defend themselves? A knife? A chair? While good, not as good as a firearm. So that's why it's the arm the citizens so the criminals will think twice, because we can't de-arm the criminals. A lot of people don't forget that criminals will break the law. That's what they do. It's a crime. They do crime. So the theology in America is you arm the citizens so they're on equal footing to the criminals. Are most of these citizens crazy and probably shouldn't be owning firearms? Abso-freaking-lutely. But they're more likely to get shot by someone. Here's another thing about homicide. You're more likely to be killed by someone you know than a complete stranger. Which is a terrifying statistic, but I've seen it proven right time and time again. Wait, how do the bangs go? Oh, they move forward. Okay. A 24 powder can. Yeah, cannon, you're just gonna have it set up in the living room. Or you just have a World War II tank sitting in your garage for such an occasion. Alright. Hang on, if we... That's one way to think about it, but here's the thing. Oh, there's the 1% that don't just want your money. And they want something else. And in fact, you should fight back. Because I worked so hard for this money, for whatever money I make, I ain't gonna hand it to some rando who put a gun in my back. I'm gonna kick him in the balls, okay? If they put the gun on the back, what you do is you put your fist, you went back with your elbow, you elbow them in the gut, you step on their foot, you whip around, you stiff arm them, knock the gun out of their hand, you punch, you give them an uppercut to the gut, knee them in the groin, you kick them in the face, and you stomp on their balls when they're down, and then you pick up the gun, deload it, throw it in their face, and then you just walk away like nothing happened. Sounds easy enough, yeah. Yeah, sounds easy enough, yeah. You just beat them up. But here's the thing. Most criminals, it's oh, fisheye, hello? It's crimes of opportunity. And they want control. So if you just take the opportunity from them, and take control back in the situation, usually they'll back off. Or run away. Now, in the cases that they don't do that... Hang on, I gotta figure out this anatomy. What the hell is going on here? Okay. You wouldn't even see it with that bangs. So, I gotta change her bangs. So yeah, there's no clean way for everyone to be safe. Because there will always be those who want to hurt you. So the best way to be safe, honestly, is to be able to defend yourself. Or live in an underground bunker for the rest of your life, yeah. But who wants that? You get a vitamin D deficiency, and then you'll have weak bones. That's why a lot of people live off-grid out here. Away from the city, away from government mandations, away from the HOA. Should all firearms be banned? No, I don't believe that. Should semi-automatic weapons and assault rifles be banned? Yeah. You don't need an AK-47 to defend your home when a Glock will do it. Yeah, even for hunting. What do you need for hunting? A pump-action 22. That's really all you need for hunting. Now, if you're hunting like elk or moose or something like that, yeah, you're gonna need something of a little higher caliber. But not an AK-47. Civilians do not need AK-47s. Which is a semi-automatic rifle. You don't really need that. But it's like, in America, we treat guns like sports cars. You don't need it, but it's seen as, like, cool if you have it. So if the hair is like that, and then oops, I'm on the wrong layer. With the, yeah. Yeah, game over, GG. Yep. Alright, let's... Now, the arm is also going to be different because the hand... Wait. If the hand is at a different position... Technically, it wouldn't be because your wrist can move, but... How would I draw this? Dink. Dink. Alright. Mouth-wise... There, let's give it more room for the teeth. One of the biggest fears you have is being kidnapped. Yeah. Pretty common in your country. Oh my. Yeah. That's why it's good to carry a knife on you. Because A, you can carry a knife around a lot easier than a gun, and you can obtain a knife a lot easier than a gun. And you can use a knife as a survival tool to like help you build a shelter. You can't build a shelter with a gun. What are you gonna do? Shoot a tree down? Use the gun to shoot the twigs into positioning? No. You can do that with a knife. Now, I don't know what the knife laws are in other countries, but in America, as long as it's not a switchblade or a spring action, you can pretty much carry a knife anywhere with you, except in school. Because you don't want to get shanked. Pretty sure that's a... Oh my god, what can you guys carry? You can drink in public, but not have a knife? You know what? In order for everyone to be safe and happy, what we need to do is take American policies and European policies and then fusion dance them together. Somehow. There you go. That's probably a really bad idea, but hey, it'd be funny. Okay. I think that's good. You're not even allowed to have your phone in your locker? What if there's a family emergency? What if you have diabetes? Do you guys just have... Now, of course, there's exceptions, right? For special situations? Because now there are some schools, like in America, that have a no phones rule, but it's just no phones in class. You just like put your phone in like a little cubby, and then pick it up after class. You can be on it in the hallway and on break, but just not in class. But in the school in general? Yeah, what if there's an emergency and you need to call back home, you need to call home, or your parents need to get a hold of you? What are you gonna do then? Well, tough shit. What if you have diabetes? And you need the app that's connected to the device that lets you know when your blood sugar's low? What do? Just pass out? Go to insulin shock? Man... You know, I'd rather they bring guns to school than that. Just have armed security guards at schools. There you go. What the... How do we move from food to crime? We were talking about Walmart. That's how we got from food to crime. But honestly, the only reason a lot of people turn to crime is because they need something. Their base necessities are not being met. So if we just made sure everyone's base necessities were being met, like food, clothes, and money for medical supplies and medical care, then the only reason people would be turning to crime is because of, like, addictions and whatnot. And then why do we get addicted? Is because it's a coping mechanism of an emotional need that is not being met. So we should count therapy under basic medical needs, and there you go. And then if people have a strong sense of community and connection, they won't turn to addiction, because that's what addiction is. Your need of community is not being met. And there you go. Problem solved. But that would require the government to actually give a shit about the well-being of its people. So really, if you think about it, crime is the government's fault. I mean, yeah, it really is if you think about it. If you think about it, and which you really should, all of crime could be solved if government policies changed. Not all of crime, of course. There will always be the, the few, the 1%. And a lot of crime is just, like, parking in a no parking zone. Or, like, downloading songs off the internet. Which I may or may not have done. Shh, don't tell the FBI. God, if the FBI actually started enforcing all federal law, like all laws to the fullest extent, I would be in so much trouble. But piracy exposes a problem with policy. There was a lot of P's in that sentence. We were talking about the world going down, then pancakes, stores, to guns, phones. Interesting. Yep. Welcome to a Rune Space stream. Everything under the sun, except what we're working on. Very rarely do we actually address the art, unless it's me bitching about how the hands just ain't handing. That's roadkill, man. Back it up, Black. Okay. Now, oh, gee, flashbang. Now we need to, oh god, I'm so hungry. Well, that's roadkill. Back it up, Black. Alright. Food, glorious food. I should make a oh my god, I just thought of an eating Sprite. Oh, I'm gonna sketch that next after I'm done here. Come on! Oh my god, why is this packaging so hard to open? I should try some... Spitkova? I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'll look it up. Hold on. S... V... Oh my brain reversed the V and C for some reason. Okay, I'm trying to Google what it is. Is it a meat dish? Traditionally beef topside prepared with vegetables, spices with black pepper, allspice, bay leaf, thyme, boiled with double cream. Although in practice, other cuts of beef may be used. Let's just try from the front. So, it's double and boiled with double cream. It's boiled meat? Well, if that ain't cooking a kid in its mother's milk, what? Am I misreading this? Is it do you just pour cream on top of it, or do you actually boil the beef in the cream? Because if you boil it in the meat, I don't think I can have that, legally, as a Jew. So it looks like little steak cuts with gravy on it and slices of bread. Or maybe it is the bread? What is this? I'm looking at pictures and I'm not sure this is what you're talking about, but it's... Okay, yeah, no, it's not bread, but it's the, yeah, okay, so it's beef prepared with vegetables, spiced with black pepper, allspice, bay leaf, and thyme, and boiled with double cream. I think I'll pass. No offense, but I think I'll pass on that one. I mean, hey, if you like it, have at it, but me personally, I don't like when my meat is boiled. The only time I will have boiled or meat cooked in water is if it's a slow cooker, in which it's not really cooked in water, you're slow cooking off the fat. So it's a more tender flavor. It's a richer flavor with a more tender meat. And, you know, putting it in a stew. But usually you, sear the meat before you put it in the stew. Just going to undress this granola bar. Oats and peanut butter. I apologize for the crunching. Hold on, hang on, let me switch over. Is that a tangent? Oh no! Wait a minute. No. Move up. Move up, move up. I mean... But there's no other way... No, it's not a tangent. But it kinda is, because it just looks like a continuation. Oh, damn. Now I can't unsee that. What do I do? What do I do about that? Yeah. Yeah, I just might have to. Just... You know. I don't have my pen. I don't know if it's not... nah. Still... Nah. I thought that would work. I almost gotta finish up these crumbs. Of course they're stuck to the wrapper. Okay, almost done eating, guys. And I should vacuum in here soon. Yeah. It'll look less weird when I color it. Okay. I gotta use the bathroom. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, and I will be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Don't set fire to the chat, okay? Right, I'm back. I'm back. Love the art style. Well, thank you. It took a lifetime of practice to get here. Cheers. Okay. Dilemma. Should I keep the eye color the same or have it change with the mood as well? Because I kind of want to keep the green eyes, because I've had this channel, my Sona has had green eyes for like 4 years now. And I sort of have green eyes. I have more hazel eyes, which is why this Sona has hazel eyes. If you look closely, there is brown in there. But for this one, since the eye is just gonna be a little blob of light. I'm wondering if I should also keep it green. There. Good God, that took a lot. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, just to make it easier on me, I'm going to erase the rest of the sketch and then just merge it down with the black on the horn. So all I have to worry about is the eye under the, on the face. Dardora-san, are you on mobile? Because... Oi! Stop licking. Oi! I see you. Stop licking. Sorry. My dog has allergies, and he keeps licking his paws, which is really bad for him. So every time I hear him licking, I gotta get him to stop. And yes, sometimes that does mean yelling at him. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Wait. 2300. Yeah, that's 1 o'clock. Jeez, yeah, go to bed. No, 23. 24. It's 11 o'clock. I know how clocks work. All right, you have a nice EP. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to add the green on the line art layer. You know what? This is fine. Not sexist, just sexy with my dialogue. Cause I'm a nasty dog. Not going to sleep yet, just, okay. Okay. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Das das. I think, yeah, das ist gut. Am I missing? Oops. There's a bit of an overlay there. There we go. Now, the reason why I'll be adding a bit of the eye that you can see occasionally is I feel like it adds to the, where is it? The air quote seriousness of the expression. If you can occasionally see an eye peeking out. Oh shit. It's more like a ooh. Her eye is showing. Oh no. But the thing here, it looks cute because it's like it's kind of subtle. Here, it looks too sharp. So, maybe if I. Okay, I think that looks good. Okay, I thought about the eating sprite, so I'm gonna sketch that in here. So, I have the pose in mind, but I kind of want to make him like make it look like Rune is standing back over here, because I think that'd be kind of funny. Not that big. No, not like that, because I want to have... Okay, back of the head. So mouth is here. That means neck is here. So shoulders are here. You see her. She's holding something. But you can't tell what it is. Wait. No, okay, wait. No. Something's wrong with the anatomy here. I know what I want. I know how I want it, but... What I want it, but I don't know how I want it. So it'd be like the back of her head, you see she's like holding something, and you see like drippage. And then when she turns around, or not really turns around, when she looks back, yeah, that's what I kind of want it to look like for when I'm eating something, because I will be scooting back away from the mic. I just think it'd be funny. And it adds to the mystique of her character. What are you eating? Are you sure you want to ask that question? But I need to figure out the anatomy. I have it envisioned in my head. I can see it in my head. But every time I try to draw it, it's not there. It's not there. Oh, that's not the place to put it. It looks like she's bleeding from the armpit. We don't want that. Food is here, so we'll just have it, you know. Wait, so that means the ear would be here, so her horn would be mostly obscure. Her horn and hair would be mostly obscuring her her face. Other horn peeking out. Which is fine. That's exactly what I want. Hang on. I drew what she looked like from the back. Yeah. Maybe it would help if I drew her from the front and then just... Yeah, here... Okay, yeah. I'm having trouble. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to draw her from the front. No, mostly. Holding something. Like a... And then we'll just flip it around. So what you do, if you want to draw someone from the back, you draw them from the front, and then you flip it, and then, I learned this trick from Lavender Town, you erase all of the lines on the inside, or what overlaps, and there. Now you have the perfect silhouette to work from. Well, mostly perfect silhouette. You have to draw the front correctly first. Do I have any mods? Don't tell anybody, but no. I have the auto moderation on, but I don't know how strong it is. Oh, did you, whisper me something? Oh, why did I see that in the mod view? Why did that get Oh my god. I'm so sorry I didn't see that sooner. The stupid bot is it held message for... Yeah, for a reason. Misogyny. I mean, and you said the new PNG model looks like wife material. Sorry if that sounds weird. XD. I don't... Looks... What? I need to moderate that? Oh my god, I am so sorry that got dinged. I would have thought that was funny. I'm so sorry. I've been told my Sonos look like waifu material before. Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry. I just have a, the bot thing. Which is funny because I need to go through and count and see what it counts as misogyny. Because I say the C word. And I know people might think that as derogatory, but I'm a woman. I don't think it's derogatory. It's a very descriptive word. The C word. I think I have it on its lowest setting. But yeah, that is very interesting. I didn't know that was a feature. When you said that you sent something, I thought you meant that you sent me like a whisper or like a PM. So I didn't I didn't really notice it. My bad, G. And I didn't see it in time. I don't know. Okay, I kind of like this sketch, so we might keep it. This is also a really funny posture. A bit weird to say a whisper. Yeah, that's what... I don't know, man. Some people use the Twitch whispers as like a direct messaging. Like Discord. Some people, I don't know. I've never whispered anybody, but I always leave room for other people because I can't expect everyone to act like me. You know what, from this angle, I think the shirt would just move down. So yeah, there we go. And yes, this is the posture I take whenever I'm eating something that is particularly delicious. I get all up in there. But based on where I was, there would be, yeah. Me win pizza. Me win ribs, honestly. This is me with ribs and steak. I'm all up in there. I'm performing an act on that food. Not gonna... Okay, now for proportions. Performing what? Oh, no, nothing. Don't worry your little head. Nothing going on here. Yeah, totally not sus. Okay, so this is me eating. Is my head is the same size, so I technically need to be a little bit smaller. Maybe just shorter. Yeah, there we go. Should I be? Technically, my sense of humor and the content we speak of would technically be considered over 18, but it's not all the time, so I don't mark my stuff as over 18. I will make the occasional joke, but I will not elaborate, so it's no different than slipping a little innuendo in your children's cartoons, which they do all the time. So let's just say, when I eat ribs, there is no classy way to eat ribs. You just pick it up and then you just go in. Same with corn on the cob. There is no classy way, no sophisticated way to eat ribs or corn on the cob. You just go in there like a dog. Do you know 2.5 Men? I used to, we never had cable, but I have seen a few episodes of that show, and I did, like, Ashton Kutcher? Is that how you say his last name? As an actor, and I thought the show was, it was kind of funny. It's 6+ on HBO. No way! They count that as 6 and up. That's adult humor out the wazoo. Meaning adult humor everywhere. Yeah, honestly, it's like every other episode was just about them trying to get laid. Or whatnot. What the... I prefer... I can't critique that show too much. My favorite millennial comfort show is... I loved... I can talk. I loved That 70s Show. I still love That 70s Show. That show was so funny. And I liked it way more than anything like Big Bang Theory and whatnot, because Big Bang Theory was just really annoying. And That 70s Show gave me a little sneak peek into what it's like to have friends. But not the show Friends, because that show is also really cringe. Yeah, That 70s Show was really funny. The main character, Eric, oh my god, he's so relatable. Oh, yeah, yeah. I heard in other countries, they'll watch episodes of Friends and Big Bang Theory in English class to learn about, to learn English and learn our pop culture references and sarcasm and whatnot. Now, Friends isn't terrible. Chandler was my favorite character. Rest in peace, the actor. Rest in peace. God rest his soul. Wait, no, that's not right. Hanging out down the street, the same old thing we did last week. Not a thing to do but talk to you. Whoa. Hello, Wisconsin! God, I love that show. It's called That 70s Show. And I don't know why, like, I don't know why, but I love it so much. That looks so bad. I love that show so much. It's basically a bunch of teenagers growing up in the 70s and just getting high all the time. But not all the time. They're just, like, smoking weed, watching Star Wars, and just being general menaces to society. And it's so funny. Now, there's definitely a lot of jokes in it that have not, shall we say, aged well. But it was funny when it came out, and I loved it, and I still love it. Yes, there were a lot of really bad things that were going on behind the scenes. But I'm not gonna fault the entire show for the shitty actions of, like, the director and like, one actor. But that's just my opinion on the matter. Yeah, I know. I just poorly explained it, but it's basically a show about being teenagers in the 70s. And I thought it was really funny. I loved it when I was in high school. Oh my god, I loved that show so much. When we had DirecTV for like a year, there were two shows that I would always watch. When I came home my senior year of high school, I would come home, kick off my shoes, throw my backpack on the chair because I didn't have any homework, sat down and either watched Star Trek Next Generation or That 70s Show. And I would just die of laughter. For either show. Now, I would die of laughter for That 70s Show because it was funny. But I would also die of laughter for Star Trek Next Generation because it was just that weird. Never seen Star Trek? Well, you're not... Now, some people would blow a gasket if you said that. I am not one of those people. I'd say you're not missing much, but I grew up with it, so I can't really explain what Star Trek is. It was definitely very important to how TV works nowadays. Star Trek, the original series, was the first show to have not only a main character that was black, that wasn't a maid, and was a woman who was an officer, to actually have an interracial kiss with the main character. That had never been done before in television at the time, because it came out in the 60s. So Lieutenant Uhura was very important for how, and like that episode of Star Trek was groundbreaking for what was allowed on television. And it also addressed a bunch of other social problems in the guise of a spacefaring adventure. So the original show is really cool. The original show is fun, but the Next Generation was also really cool, but I don't know. I liked it, but it was just kind of horny. There was I don't know what it was, but it was every other episode they come across some new alien bacteria thing that just makes people horny. And that entire episode was just them being horny for each other, and it was just, okay, so what? Oh, kind of, horny. That's, American slang for, oh god, how do I explain it? Sexually charged. There we go. Oh, okay, sorry. It's just, hey, sometimes I gotta explain. I was gonna use another euphemism. It was like when someone won't get their head out of the gutter. It's that doesn't help. When, excuse me. Hey! Stop licking. Elias. Stop. Whatever. We have, oh my goodness, we're at an hour and 26, an hour? What? 4 hours and 26 minutes. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done on Twitch. Woo woo! And it was an optional Friday stream. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste this. And yeah. Because the only thing that's gonna change here is the positioning of the face. If I have to suggest Star Trek, I would probably suggest watching the movies, but I don't know. If you don't know the characters, the movies are kind of hard to get into. But that's kind of the thing with Star Trek. You can't just really dive in because there's so much lore and backstory that if you try to just start anywhere, you're just going to be confused for 3 hours and then go, yeah, that was kind of cool. It's not like with Star Wars where I can definitively say, watch movie 4. Yeah, watch the first, watch A New Hope if you want a good introduction into Star Wars. And then move on from there. Because with Star Trek, it just doesn't work that way, because it started out as a TV show in the 60s. So really, you should start with the original series. But that's also kind of hard to get into, because the world building is just at breakneck speed, and it's from the 70s, so it's definitely a product of its time. When it comes to, puppeting, CGI, and sound effects, and how they thought robots would work. Which is honestly really funny. Thought Star Trek was serious, but there's sort of them just, yeah. Not just an episode. There are several episodes of them just being all hot and bothered for each other. And I get it, because a lot of the actors are very attractive, but at the same time, I thought we were talking about, yeah, way more than one. Especially in Next Generation. In the original show, it's like one or two that I remember, but there's at least, you know, like Captain Kirk, you know, he's gotta, like, kiss every other girl. Because he's just so charming. But, like, in Next Generation, I remember there was at least, like, 10 episodes where, yeah, that was part of the plot of the episode. Granted, it was treated as something that was a problem and needed to be solved by some of the other characters, but it was still like, yeah, I don't know if it actually was 10, but it was enough for me to, like, be, like, skipping through episodes and being like, okay, this is the horny one. Watch a few more episodes. Okay, here's another horny one. Skip. This one wasn't horny, but oh my god, that was a full what? There's no, like, full scenes of anything bad going on. It's just, you know, it's like maybe aggressively making out, walk into the bedroom, door shut, scene change, and that was, like, the extent of it. But still, it was just enough to where it was like, okay, again? We gotta do this again? Yeah, there aren't any bed scenes. Maybe there'll be a scene where two characters will wake up in bed next to each other, but they don't show anything. At least in Next Generation. In future shows, I have no idea. Not a thing to do. Talk to you. Yeah. Now, it was either that, and then they had episodes that talked about social, and morality, questions of morality and social economic, standards. I mean, the original series back in the 60s literally had an... Now, it was... Granted, it was an analogy, but they had an abortion episode where they talked about birth control and forced pregnancy and whatnot, and how it was morally wrong to force someone to carry to term if it was against their will. And it was like an analogy, but still, it was like, wow. No other show was really talking about that, so it was... Like, say what you will about Star Trek, it was actually quite the important show. Like, to American television, it set the standard. Same with how Star Wars changed how movies were made. Star Trek changed what was allowed on television. And then they also had an episode in the original series where some of the characters were rapidly aging. And it turns out they had a parasite that was based on how much adrenaline you had in your system when you were first exposed to it. Because one of the characters wasn't aging, and they were trying to figure out what it was. But of course, they were running out of time because they were aging so rapidly that they were getting older by the hour. So, you know, sometimes it was just silly, fun little sci-fi stuff. Sometimes they were talking about the moral implications of capitalism and fascism and whatnot. Other times they were just having sex. And there's no in between. Welcome to the 60s. Yeah, it was a fun time all around. Well, I'm glad you're having fun at least. I've had some people tell me, like, several people tell me that I should be a stand-up comedian. And I've had other people tell me that I should be a lawyer. And other people tell me that I should be a teacher. And I'm like, okay. First of all, I'm not that funny. I just sometimes am. I'm just sometimes funny. Other times, I'm actually kind of boring. As for being a lawyer, I don't believe in the American justice system. I think it is fundamentally broken. And the only way to fix it, a system that is fundamentally broken, is to tear it down and start over. And that would not fly well with a lot of the academic community, especially in law. As for being a teacher, do you have any idea how hard it is actually to become a teacher? And all the requirements and tests you gotta pass? It is not fun. how would this bit look? So I just combined the stand-up-ishness of stand-up comedy, the blatant incompetence and terrible badass arguing of a lawyer, and the educational properties of a teacher, and just became a Twitch streamer. / YouTuber. There we go. You got the best of both worlds. Alright, so I had the idea of seeing the drippage. But with the way this angle is, don't think that'll work. Maybe if I just... to show that it's smeared on my face. How am I gonna do this? Maybe if I do that instead? Might make it a little lower on my face. Not too close, because the horn is right there. We don't want to have too much black overlapping. I don't know, is this good? Does this imply that I'm eating something that is disgusting and questionable? Do you have any music recommendations? I absolutely do. Now, I mostly listen to rock or, you know, like grunge. So, there's that. If you're not into that, well, I think I have a few other suggestions. Currently, my favorite song to listen to is called Bleed You Dry by Drain. Now, it's indie music, it's indie rock, or actually it's not rock, it's EDM. I say I like rock, EDM, dubstep, you know, I like all that stuff. I think if you just type... Yeah, by Drain, which is, it's so funny. He's not like a real artist. He's a fictional artist for the Farfetch show, and I think that's so funny because I also really like K-pop Demon Hunters. So it's like, hey, got any new song recommendations? Have you heard of Huntrix? Have you heard of Soda Pop by Saja Boys? They're like, oh, such a Boys, are they a new band? It's like, yeah, they only have 2 songs, and then they died. What? Spoilers for the movie. It's so funny that the most popular music now are from bands that aren't, air quote, real. But they're real in our hearts. If you want good, synthwave music, or, like, synth-style music, I suggest listening to, White Bat Audio on YouTube. They've got a bunch of really good music that I used in the background of some of my videos, and is my outro, or was my outro music. Songs are fire, but the film's too childish for your taste. Well, you have the right to be wrong. No, I'm kidding. I loved that movie so much. I thought it was adorable. Baby Saja owns my whole heart. Okay, well, not my whole heart, because Ginu, of course, is the best character. I will not be taking critiques. You have the right. Yeah, well, this is coming from a person who, as an adult, started watching My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. So, I don't give a shit if it's childish or not. If it has good music, good stories, and entertaining characters, guess what? I like it. Oh yeah, fire. I kin Fluttershy to an almost painful degree. If you know, you know. Even though Applejack was my favorite of the main 6, and I say was, she still is my favorite of the main 6. I loved all of her episodes. They're so funny. You watch anime? I watch, like, I have, like, 5 anime that I like. I haven't really gotten into any recent anime. But my anime tastes are pretty basic. My favorite animes of all time are Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Madoka Magica, Black Lagoon, Durarara. I liked Code Geass and One Punch Man, but I haven't finished them. I've heard about a bit of anime. I just don't, like, if it's a new show, I like to sit down and watch it. And I've just been very busy with my stories and with my arts. Now, I did finally get around to watching Cowboy Bebop. But I watched it, and I haven't finished it yet. And honestly, probably won't for a good while. First anime that I actually got into fandom-wise for, like, the internet was Bleach. That was a very cringe moment of my life. But I still like Bleach. I don't care what anybody says. I think Bleach is way better than Naruto. Hot take. I thought Naruto was boring. And very, very annoying. Now, I did watch this one obscure anime called Wolf's Rain. That, kinda, not gonna lie, fucked me up a little bit. Not because it was particularly gory. It was just really sad. But not quite like Wolf Children or Grave of the Firefly sad. Holy shit. But I don't consider Studio Ghibli films as anime. So I don't count them in my lineup. Man, I told you these would get more scuffed as we went along. I'm gonna turn all the layers on. It's just so when I expand them, I know they all fit. This isn't... I mean, yeah, it does need to fit a little bit. Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. So now... Oh, okay. Wow, it's almost 5 hours, man. I should probably... Well, I don't know. Should I continue? Because I know I gotta redo the line art so that it's... Now, do I have to? I mean, this is pretty good line art. It's just a little fuzzy, which, I mean, I can fix with just coloring it. Oh, okay, yeah, I got to paint it black. And then... Yeah, it's midnight. Yeah, you literally went, I'll go to bed at a reasonable hour. Ding! Whoops. Oops. That's not needed. We'll just ignore the hands. Okay, coloring. I should finish it today. I'm just debating whether or not I should finish it on stream. I mean, the coloring won't take me too long. So... Oh, shit. Here we go. Fuck it. Hey. There we go. Might as well, you know? Oh, shite. I'm gonna... Yeah. Because the line art is so fuzzy, I should turn up the expansion to 4. There. And then get in these little crevices. This little crevasse, because we cannot have stray pixels. I will not allow it. It's 3 o'clock! What? No! No! How is it 3 in the afternoon? How? I started streaming at 10! Hey, I'm getting work done. Like I said, PNG tuber streams are either only an hour or 10 hours. Yeah. It's like the old saying, time really does fly when you're having fun. No, because the line art is so fuzzy, I gotta, no matter if I use the bucket tool, I still gotta go in and... Oh well. I will bleed you dry, welcome to the slaughter, stream into the sky. Hide your sons and daughters, love and pain, it's all the same, you'll feel it when I drain you, so don't question why. Did we bleed you dry? I never remember that last line. Sing for me, baby. Yay or nay on the black? Because it does imply there's more shading going on rather than it being markings. But it does, in the horns at least, it takes away from the color. So, okay, yeah, I think I'll only do it on the face. Yeah, I use the app, VOD Mini. It's a free app, and you just upload the PNGs. And it works on when your mic picks up audio. So it's not really based on my voice or lip syncing at all, because, see, like, it still picked that up. Kind of like, you know, if you have, like, how your icon will light up when you're talking in Discord chats. Similar function. Now, you can upload GIFs. We've just passed 5 hours. Wow. Anyway, you can upload GIFs into VOD Mini. So if you want, like, your voice, I mean, if you want the talking face to actually have some lip movements, you can add that. It's just, I don't have a GIF maker that works, and all the ones that are free online are very much the price, worth the price. What color should my shirt be? How to make it jump when you start talking? Okay. There's a function with VOD Mini that makes it do that. Alright. See if it'll pop up. See, with the little guy... I'll move it over so actually, wait, hold on. Let me move me over. And see, this is what the interface looks like. I currently have it as transparent, so it's not just a solid block of color. And for the mouth transition, I can click to where it doesn't jump or to where it jumps. And for the movement, I can have it, you know, shake, really shake, or bounce. Or not bounce at all. I prefer having it kind of floaty because it adds movement without being stagnant, and it's not too distracting. See, now for me, you have mouth open, mouth closed, and you can also draw one for mouth closed blinking and upload blinking pictures, and it'll automatically randomly have your character blink, mouth open or closed. Now for this new PNG, we're not going to have to worry about the blinking aspect of it, so that's going to be funny. And then you can program different sprites based on different what's-its. Alright, now let me move myself back over. Yeah, so it's quite the innovative little program. And for being completely free, it gets the job done. And a lot of people suggest it for first-time PNG tubers. I suggest it in general because it's just a neat little thing to have. Now, if you want more movement involved with your little guy, there are other programs that make it a lot easier to do. Wait a minute. This is going to be the background, which is going to be blue, offset by the orange. So should I wear... What should I wear? And also, what color should my horns be? Huh. Because my horns can be any color. I think I should just stick with gray. Because I do wear gray, I do wear gray a lot. Yeah, I'll make the pants a little darker. You think I should do the dark green? From here? I mean, we can do that. That'll be a nice offset from the rest of everything else. And I do like the color green. But it's funny, I thought about how I'm gonna have different sprites. Not different sprites, but like different assets for like different seasons. Like for the fall season, this is what the new stream layout is gonna be. It's gonna... I'm gonna be standing here with this border around that I worked really hard on. I did it in like a day. 2 days, technically. 1 day for the sketch and another day for the coloring. And I thought, oh, it'd be funny if I have like different like in the bottom left corner, if I had different fruit or different like food in the corner based on what I like per season. Like for autumn, of course, it's gonna be pumpkins because of course, but I also really like pumpkins. And I thought, oh, wouldn't it be funny if for like different color themes as well? For like winter, I'm thinking of doing like mint and chocolate because I like those things and they're kind of winter themed, not Christmas. Oh my god. It's been a while. And then for spring, it's gonna be peaches and blossoms. And then for summer, it's going to be watermelon. And I thought, oh, that's funny. The color scheme for the year is gonna be orange, green, orange, green. I thought, that's hilarious. What color pick a green? Yeah, I'm gonna pick that green. Or, hear me out, guys. Ooh. Ah, I also really like the red. This is, or it's more of a brown, actually. It's more of an auburn, actually. More of a maroon. Hush. Hush, kid, you're maroon. It definitely does make it stand out a bit more. Now, the green does look good together overall. But I also really like the red. an obscene amount of save files, but it would be really funny if every other stream the shirt and horn colors changed. Because if I just save the raw files, I can switch them out at any time. And I think that'd be really funny. So, hey, what mood am I feeling today? But the thing is, on a live stream, my mood can change at any given point. That'd be a ridiculous amount of save files, though. Holy shit. Nerd. To do a Halloween costume too. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't. I don't know what costume I would wear. Because I was thinking of dressing dressing up like Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, since he's my favorite slasher. A zombie bunny. Now, are you saying that because it's funny, or are you saying bunny because you know what my my persona's a bunny? Because honestly, for Halloween, I could just be my persona. A redesigned version of my persona. But goodness. That'd be a lot of drawing. Oh, my persona! Yeah, my persona is a rabbit. I haven't redesigned her yet, but she's gonna be a rabbit with horns. What is... Oh, a persona... How do I explain persona? It's, well... Here, let me just show her. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Do I have... Okay, here's her old reference sheet. Based on my old, persona design. It's basically a anthropomorphic animal that you use to represent you. Yeah, this is Rune's old design. I haven't switched her over to match current Rune just yet. But I have a few designs in the works. I have a sketch in my sketchbook. Yeah, but honestly, that would be funny for the Halloween costume to just be my persona. That would be kind of funny. But then again, I also really like the idea of dressing up as Jason Voorhees. Because then she'd have, on top of her horn, she'd also have a cool hockey mask. You said zombie bunny because your brain's tired and isn't working. I mean, how much work am I gonna do? You know what? I am gonna count this as a good place to stop. So I can figure out what shirt I'm gonna be wearing. And the color of my outfit. Because the way I've designed this Rune persona, it doesn't matter what she's wearing. As long as her face is the same. So, yeah. And it's been 5 hours. I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I haven't had lunch yet, and I need to go get the mail. So, yeah, and it's like, I need to go get lunch. You need to go to bed. And we all need a stretch break away from our screens. So, we're going to end it here. I will finish this PNG off stream, and the next stream you see will, by technicality, be my new debut. My debut with my new PNG tuber. Not that big a deal. I have no idea what we'll be drawing that live stream, but the next live stream will be on the first official day of autumn. So, it'll be something of that nature. But in the meantime, yeah, I think that's going to be about it. My legs hurt so much. Anyway, we're gonna end it here. Bye-bye. I forgot there's no music for this outro, so I'll figure something.